Hello, good evening. It is Sunday. I know some of you will have lost track of what day of the week it is, but it is Sunday and it's the time for the last live stream of 2025. And a very good evening to Amaze Taze and Seb early on, and to Lee Grant as well. Hope you are all well. And Amaze Taze already said he's done the last run of the evening beforehand because he is working tomorrow, so quite understandable. And for me, I'm off until Friday, back Friday, but that's a good way to do things, really, and that way you can still do all the runs over the course of the night. So we'll get going and let's get underway with the titles. Hope you've all had a lovely Christmas, and it seems to have sped by at a terrific pace, doesn't it, as it always does. Good evening to Brian as well, and to Kid K Games as well. Seen your new announcements about your new plans for the new year. That all sounds good. Electric Blues as well, and to Southwestern. So the plan tonight is going to be to just take a look at each of the UK routes that have come out in 2025. We're going to do them in chronological order. So we'll start off with the Mildmay Line, move on to Cardiff City Network, and then the Manchester Airport Commuter. We're going to take a Western for a run on a rail tour service on Riviera Line, Exeter to Paynton, and then we're going to do a couple of runs for Birmingham Crewe. We're going to do Oxley Depot because I've not done one of those yet, I don't think, so far on the stream, into Wolverhampton, and then a Birmingham to Crewe working as well. So I'm going to start off with 2 Yankee 67, and that's going to be Stratford to Willesden Junction. So let's get the game loaded up. Ah, excellent, Seb. Was that a bit of a Christmas present for you? Yeah, it's a great little route in its own right. So we've had plenty to look forward to. Well, we've had plenty to look back on, really, in 2025, and plenty to look forward to in 2026 as well. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. It's the daytime one, actually. Is there more than one 2 Yankee 67? I'll have a check in a sec when I bring it up. Ah, good evening, Pete. Yes, indeed, yeah, it's been fabulous. All gone absolutely to plan. Christmas Day was, everything went absolutely like clockwork, but it was lovely. And yeah, Seb, you were doing 5 Romeo 21, yep, with the Oxley carriage sidings running to Wolverhampton. That'll be good. Yeah, hope you've all had a great Christmas. and we've just got that few days period now between Christmas and New Year. There is a diesel gala on tomorrow at the Severn Valley Railway, but tempted as though I am, I just can't really be bothered to get up reasonably early and get out. I always feel as I'll just get into a slightly lazy little situation over Christmas. Almost felt as though I was almost too tired to... the last couple of days I've been getting snoozing round about this time. So we're not going to bother about snow tonight. So what did I say? 2 Yankee 67. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it was the 1234 one. Sorry, I made to make a note of that. Buy a tub of Twiglets. Crikey, do they still make those? Good evening, Ron, as well. So good to see so many of you in nice and early for this last live stream of 2025. We're trying to make 1 or 2 videos as well, recorded ones, but again, it's just getting around to doing everything. That's a great question from an American there. What are Twiglets? I'll let Pete describe that one. Get some headlights on. So what side of the platform? We're that side, aren't we? Right hand side. And the mighty fine Class 378. I know that Scooby will be pleased to see this. Pete not so much so. Yeah, thank you very much, Electric Blues. Yeah, it was just kind of inspired by, I can remember a couple of times just settling down in the afternoon between Christmas and New Year and watching a real life cab view on Switzerland, and I think it's an underrated route, and I know that the scenery is a lot better on the Riviera Line because it's more recent, but I just fancied the idea that it was like an old style, old school electric to drive as well, so quite enjoyed that. Just have a quick look around at Stratford whilst we're here. Of course, we've got a Elizabeth Line train in the platforms. Always something going on at Stratford, and usually you're getting Greater Anglia services coming in, the Docklands Light Rail as well. Yeah, so, and the tube as well. There's a 345 coming in too. Oh, excellent. I couldn't have come up with that description, Pete. That's good. Yeah, exactly. I'll be totally honest with you. There's a good chance having bought it and picked it up in the sale, but you know, there's kind of a chance that I might not actually sort of drive it again. Bit more savoury, actually, aren't they, Pete? Excellently. Yeah, it's enjoyable to drive the Bakerloo. Again, quite an old route, but oh, hello, Zach. Hope you're well. Brilliant, Seb. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those places where there's always something going on at Crewe. And I think, as we were saying last week, you know, maybe it's not quite as thrilling and as exciting as it was in the 80s, but it's still very, very nice. Just trying to get a view. Here's the I think that was the swimming part, wasn't it, in the Olympics? And you might just get a view of West Ham's ground behind it, or have we already passed that point, perhaps? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, Zach. Yeah, hope you've had a lovely Christmas. Oh yeah, you can't beat a hobnob as well, can you? That goes very nicely with a cup of coffee. I've kind of forgotten just how lovely this route is, actually. I mean, it's, again, you kind of keep coming back to these things over time. So. Oh, there you got a slight glimpse of the... See, there's the football ground. There's West Ham's ground in the background. Ooh, I didn't need to do that. And I've got emergency brake application as well. I think I've got to wait for the brakes to reset now, haven't I? Oh, no, okay, we're all right. I think sometimes, I mean, this is my excuse. I get distracted by the scenery on this route because it's so interesting with the detail that you have to really keep an eye out on the speed limits. Just so much going on, and the buses and the feeling of like old buildings, new buildings. It's lovely. Yeah, definitely, King. Yeah, absolutely buzzing for the extension to Richmond, and that section itself is going to be fascinating. That power changeover from DC to AC, if you're going towards Stratford or in the other direction at Acton. I forget which station it is. Acton Central. That's going to be amazing, and also just a short stretch of. I presume they're going to use the D-stop trains for the section between Richmond and Gunnersbury, and sort of the bit around Kew Gardens. It's kind of countrified. It feels as though you are in the middle of a villagey country. Yes, indeed, yeah, Acton, yeah. Yes, I think it's fair to say some of the... I think some of the bus movements are a little bit on the dodgy side, and, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of aggressive London bus drivers, but they basically have the physics, and I think they drive like cars. I've realised why I'm struggling with these speed limits. I haven't got my box up in the corner, have I? And I don't think that's anything to do with dynamic HUD. That's something I've turned off. So I need to get that back. Or shall I just keep an eye on the speed limits? Crikey, that's not too good either. Yeah, she's been on a few hairy bus rides. Tell you what, let's just... I had the trap marker thing with this coming up, but I was fiddling with it earlier on, but I've obviously gone slightly too far, haven't I? Where are we? No, it isn't that. HUD and gameplay, that's what I want. Markers on trap marker. I think that's what I want, don't I? Maybe not. Yeah, I think if you could learn to do it properly HUDless, then it would be great. I haven't quite got into the realms of doing it that accurately. I know we've got the 20 mile an hour at Camden coming up, and I think Scooby will be out working. He posted yesterday to say quite a lot of engineering work's going on in and around the Hertford Loop. Just take a bit of driving though. Well, we've got somebody taking a photo, but not of the train. Don't know what he's taking a photo of. Yes, we've got a fairly. I mean, I don't quite rarely actually catch a bus, but we do have a. Oh, that's good. We've got a 710 going overhead. We do have a sort of a bus route here between sort of Newcastle and Shrewsbury, and my brother catches them more often than me because he goes to work on the bus, and he says some of them are absolutely brilliant and really, really cautious, but there's one or two that like to drive slightly on the maniac side. Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, hope you're well. Hope you've had a good Christmas as well. So Dalston Kingsland is next. Yes, this is us, isn't it? The delayed 12:43. You're absolutely right, Seb. Yeah, it must be an absolute nightmare, though. Yeah, driving around London and to be anywhere, even remotely on time. Oh, we've got 378 coming in off the East London line there. Ventures around that bend, and we have established before that the station, the first station in there, it can't quite get in there, but it is actually modelled.
Monitoring is in use at this station for your personal safety and security.
So I probably should have made a note of when these routes were actually released, but I think this was about February time. I like that. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love that, yeah. Would you like a tip? Yes, he replied. I showed him drive score and told him to start driving properly. Oh, that's made me chuckle. Now, I've no idea, of course, when the extension to Richmond is going to come out. I mean, we do know we had a couple of shots, maybe November, was it, in the road map? But that was in and around Richmond, wasn't it? We got shots just a few yards away from Richmond Station, but so I've no idea how close that is to completion. I know a lot of people will then be saying, well, what about the line to Clapham Junction? But at least it's end to end. Oh, excellent, Andrew. Yeah, I was just saying, there you go. You see, you've got more energy than me, because I mean, the Severn Valley Railway is only down the road from my point of view. I could get to Bridgenorth fairly easily, and it is actually the diesel gala, but I just can't be bothered. But yeah, have a fantastic time there. Is there anything exceptionally good on the at Bowness then? What have you got in store there? I can hear I can hear a Class 66 lurking somewhere. Of course, this is such a extensive freight corridor. I was really thrilled when this route came out. Yeah, you'd have to have a look at the website, Pete. But I think they might have one or two guest locos on there. You certainly have. I think there's 40s and 45s, 47s. There'll be a couple of DMUs as well. Yeah, well, that's right. That's very true. Electric Blues, isn't it? It's never going to stop, is it? And then somebody will immediately say, well, brilliant, you know, we've got all the North London line, but what about the East London line? And on it goes, on it goes. You've had lager, then prosecco for me dinner, and then white wine. Oh crikey! I've had a glass. I've had a glass of red wine a little bit earlier on. Yeah, it sounds daft, really, you know, to say I really can't be bothered to get up for it tomorrow, and you know, I'm not actually getting back to work until Friday, but I've got a day with my friend on Tuesday. He's coming to pay me a visit, so I kind of really wanted a chilled out day, doing nothing tomorrow. Oh. That came up on me a bit too quick. I like that, Russell. Hello, how are you? Yeah, your accent, yeah. Definition of beans on toast. Excellent. Well, you told us about the bill last week, and yes, not one of me better stops there. And we've got a 2-minute wait as well. We're slightly on the early side. But yeah, I think East London would be excellent. I mean, that section in and around Shoreditch, where it goes over the bridge nowadays, as opposed to the old underground route, which was very run down and disused. But it's very, very popular. And then going off to Crystal Palace and sort of New Cross Gate. It's an interesting line. Well, exactly. Electric Blues. It's not too much of a problem, is it? There you go. You see, Lee, you're used to it. Acclimatised. Yes. I must admit, sort of Christmas Day, I didn't drink massively. I try and have a nice day, but I don't like to get too overdone with drink. Although it's been a bit of a disappointing Christmas for TV, really, in terms of new stuff. We actually rewatched the Gavin and Stacey finale. We didn't have it Christmas Eve because we had the family round, but we caught up with it Christmas night. And I must admit, enjoyed watching it the second time just as much, almost as much as watching it the first time. It's always been nice to have the traditional glass of Baileys as well every day, and I'm sure we'll get another one in before New Year comes around. And then on Friday it'll be back to normal, back to work. Yeah, I must confess that I absolutely love me. I do love me red wine, but it does make me incredibly tired. I sometimes think it acts as a bit of a sleeping pill. So we'll see if we can spot the restriction down to 20. I know it's coming up. Being a bit premature. Ah, good evening, Scooby. Have you you finished work? Yeah, I thought you might like to see the 378 in all its glory. Absolutely. Right. Where's the 20 marker coming up? Is this it here? Then I know the other one's Gospel Oak, isn't it? Here we go. Yeah, hope you're well. And I know you've been working since Boxing Day, but I hope you've still managed to have a good few days. Ah, lovely. Yeah, I mean, I suppose quite a lot of people are like this, but there was a time years ago where I found red wine a little bit too heavy, but nowadays it's sort of the go-to drink, really. There we go. This is the famous junction that goes off towards the West Coast Main Line and rejoins at Primrose Hill. So a lot of freight trains go down that way, but unfortunately not been modelled too far in the game. Yeah, excellent. I must admit, I will find it quite difficult getting back to work on Friday. It's sort of, and we are actually, our office is open the next 3 days, limited hours, but I booked the 3 days off. But it's nice to chill out, but then it's hard to kind of motivate yourself and get back to normality. Yeah, well, you've got your 375s, haven't you, in Kent, Lee? And we've got a new version of that coming up with the Medway Valley Line. I just love this section, you know, with all the buildings, the detail, and really does capture the area very, very nicely. Yeah, 376s, yeah, of course, 375s and 376s. But yeah, not masses of difference. But hopefully the Firefly team, when they've released that Medway Valley route, then all being well, this is only the start, and then perhaps we'll get a bit more of the Kent network done in the game. I think by the sounds of things, they've probably been a bit upset about the criticism that it's a slightly underwhelming route, but you can only really say it as you feel it. Right, they've got worse seats, have they, the 376? Is 375 the last of kind of the old school seats?
To contact a member of station staff or use a help point.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's still plenty of, even when they've released the 2 West Coast Main Line routes coming out, there's still loads to do really on the West Coast Main Line, but I'm sure there'll be other lines as well that will get attention in 2026, and I'm sure it's already known by DTG exactly what they're doing for TSW7 by now, I would imagine. Right, so this is, to remember then, Gospel Oak. So again, it's that 20 to get the speed limit down to. Yeah, exactly right. Electric Blues. Yeah, that is completely right. And I think, to be fair, it was just kind of the way the reveals was done, because I suppose they had to do it that way, really. But the most exciting news came out the week after. But yeah, for a first route, fair enough, absolutely fair enough, and it's good that they've said, look, we're not just going to release the 375 as it is. We put some added extras in, and we already know that they're a supremely talented bunch of people. Oh, definitely, King. Yeah, yeah. Looking forward to these extensive runs, and even to be quite exciting the fact that, I mean, I'm not absolutely queuing up to do LNWR services, but the fact that we'll be able to do a full Crewe to London Euston will be amazing, because I think buffer stop to buffer stop is always really exciting. So what time train is that due off? That's the 1309 to Barking Riverside. I did manage a coffee at that there in real life in 2025, but they haven't got those lovely round seats though. Tables, that would be nice. It's a little bit not quite as accommodating as that. Yeah, it is. It's you literally this is what the absolute definition of a bus stop route, isn't it? It's there's a station just every few yards. No, there's been no mention about the 7:30. I mean, it's been a repeatedly asked and requested thing, and I'm kind of in two minds about that. You know, it'd be nice if it happens, but on the other hand, it isn't going to feel as though it's dead unrealistic with the driving the 350s. Yeah, absolutely, Lee. And I was pleased about Spirit of Steam coming out, being released for free, because I've never got round to buying it, and I'm sure there's been times when it's been available in the sale, but the couple of times when I've looked in the past, I thought there is no way I'm spending $29.99 on it. So I've had a quick go on it. It's all right. Yeah, definitely right, Concord. Yeah, and again, looking forward to the 805 coming out as well, and we've already established. I mean, the sounds on the original Alan Arizuma weren't great, but the sounds that were implemented for the 802 on Riviera Line are absolutely excellent. Now then, I've actually got one that's right. Even that's not perfect. You're supposed to be able to see that little window there, the stop marker. What am I doing here? So even around here is, you know, really busy. I'm sure that wheel's going to come a cropper though there somewhere. Yeah, I'd assume so, and I think there's been some suggestions some of the 350s are going off to Northern. Still feel as though there's a bit of work to do with them on TSW. I think All Aboard Studios have made a bit of an effort with the 350s, but there's still one or two things that don't feel quite right driving them. They do seem to set off a bit like a rocket. But it is good having the variation. And again, there's little things as well. There's stuff that's coming out that you've almost forgotten about, like that East Coastway pack as well that's coming out. So there's an absolute load. I mean, the only thing that's going to be, I mean, I think they confirmed now there's not going to be a roadmap in January, which is kind of fair enough. But it's after that, surely it's mainly going to be a question of just phasing in the release of some of this stuff, because there can't be massively more to come out now or to be announced. Just one stop that I'm going to get in the right place, please. Yay, that'll do me. Should be probably there rather than there, but that's about the closest we've managed. You mean it's too quiet, Pete? But I do love the I love the effort they put in there with the traffic, and we didn't really take a look, but you've kind of got the busy traffic in and around Stratford, and and having the taxis and the double-decker buses and the single-decker buses. We've got the Boris buses in. Then it's pretty good. Yeah, it's just a lot going on. It really is a lot going on. And you know, you've got the intermingling of the other lines as well. It's just one or two bugs with this release at the moment, and I know it's been a bit of a nonsense on consoles. Yeah, we've got a bit of a weird thing going on with lock and unlock doors, but never mind. I think that is a slight bug. And also as well, the passengers from day one have never actually boarded the trains at the station. Yeah, I mean, it'll be decent. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll be buying it the moment it comes out. I'm sure, the Medway Valley Line. Ah, that's good, King. Yeah, that's great. Good evening, Dominic. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We have a run through to Willesden Junction. We're in the latter stages of it now. Oh, I'm going to overshoot this again, aren't I? We're going to get away with it. Slightly gone too past. Yeah, that seems to be... I don't know. I think it was like this on this route early on, wasn't it, when it came out? But I can't remember it ever being on a route before, being a problem on a route before this route coming out. Yeah, there was somebody asked it in the stream just before Christmas about whether there's a... Let's just try unlocking it and then locking it again. Are we still getting ticks for all these stations as well, by the way? Yeah, I think we are, yeah. Perhaps that might have fixed it. Yeah, I mean, passengers is a total joke, to be honest. Right, that's better. And Matt did mention it in that roadmap stream, and he kind of said it's something we'd like to do. We'd like to sort it out, but clearly it isn't something they're working on at the moment. And, you know, even kind of having to accept the fact that even when it's working properly, they actually board the train and then disappear and then reappear in the seats, which I find not great. But at least if we could get it into a state where people just got on and off the trains properly. Worst train trip I've ever done. I once a few years back. This was before I was driving. Do you know? I can't remember who England were playing, but we were going to watch the England cricket team at the Oval, and it was on the Sunday. And we watched on Saturday as all the wickets tumbled, and we thought there's not going to be a lot of play going on the Sunday, but we thought, well, we'll still go anyway. Hopefully we'll see a bit of cricket, but then the train broke down just before Stafford, so we were delayed anyway. So by the time we got to the Oval, we walked towards the ground and a big cheer went up and people started drifting out, so we never actually saw a ball bowled. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them being in the seats, but again, it's just trying to manage it, isn't it? Try and do something that that actually works. And I suppose it's the passenger bit's always going to be fairly low priority, but you do want it to be fairly realistic. Yeah, that's like, again, that's a bizarre one, isn't it? Reasons for a train breaking down. Well, there was a balloon. And, you know, there's been examples of trampolines on the track in high winds and stuff. I think on the that Isle of Wight DLC, I think there's actually a scenario in strong winds where you have to retrieve a trampoline from the track. But yeah, I mean, it's such a busy old line nowadays, the North London line, so just to see a platform with absolutely nobody at all getting on and off is totally unrealistic. It's about time I did another freight run as well on this line. And although it's not going to come out to use with it immediately, but it's going to be great fun being able to drive the Class 90 on the North London line on freight services as well. Yeah, exactly. I mean, London's so busy, so it's just not quite right. So I don't think we're going to be winning any prizes on for this drive. So what do we reckon's going to come out first then in 2026? I think the Great Western Express remaster's got to be very, very early on in January, and hoping that the Just Trains route isn't too far away, but yeah, that I can imagine. Yeah, you'd be really disappointed. Funnily enough, G Loves Trains did the trip from Manchester Piccadilly to Cardiff in her latest video, and I think her train was actually substituted, but she managed to get them to agree to allow the ticket to, although it was an advanced signal, they allowed her to use the ticket on the next loco haul train. Ah, cheers, Electric Blues. I don't think I'll be anywhere near that. Pretty sure I'll be bottom of the pile with that driving. Not the very best, to say the least. So let's just make a note of the score. So 11,492. Yeah, you've not got it, have you, for... Well, there's something coming through on the West Coast Main Line. Oh, Pendolino. There we go. $11,073 for Brian. Oh, I'm not bottom then. That's something then, at least. Well, I'm saying I'm not bottom. I don't know what my score is yet, do I? Hang on. Right door's locked. Uh, 11.074. Oh, crikey, Brian, I beat you by 1 point. How about that? And the Maze Tays are much more impressive, well, than mine anyway, 11.418. And I can't remember. Is anybody else doing this? Is Concord doing this? I'm not totally sure. But yeah, as ever, thank you very much. So let's get the leaderboard up, as it were. I'll put the scores in. Got it working this week. Got a Christmassy feel to it now. A week later than necessary. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a fair point, isn't it? You know, the fact is that's why you buy that advance single. Yeah, she certainly is. Brilliant videos that she does. I'm sure you'll agree. Right, so leaderboard. There we are. So Amaze Tays is 11.418. So Brian was 11.073. Electric Blues 11.492. And my Power Flower was 11.074. Oh, fair enough, Concord. Yeah, so let's just we'll delete you from there for now. But yeah, some good scores all round though. Electric Blues tops the board, 11.492. That's a brilliant score. That Mace Tays 11.418. Me in third, then Brian in fourth. But all pretty impressive scores. And as ever, thank you very much for contributing, and really enjoyed that. I did have a problem with OBS Studio. Oh, right, yeah, sorry, just, where are we? Oh, excellent, Dominic. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, I will make a note of that you are involved coming up. So, yeah, so King K, worst trip was leaving Manchester to London, had a Pendolino ticket home, got delayed, so the platform dispatcher made me take a 150 Northern to Warrington. Ah, okay, yeah, yeah. Right, I see, yeah, you were able to work out an alternative ticket, yeah. Yes, I can imagine it wasn't great. Yeah, cheers, King, yeah. And I need to try and get something sort of more trade specific for the background. You know, it's a bit of just a generic one, but hopefully just fits in with the stream. Yes, indeed, Brian, I do actually. And fingers crossed, I've got a plan for a HSD recording I'm doing on that. And I've got a few clips of some of the different liveries that the HSD's worn as to show off in the intro. But then I'm going to try and recreate one of the final workings into Penzance on the final day. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a good point, actually, Dominic. What are we doing next? Yes, it's only a short one, this, anyway. 2 Mike 20. We're on the 142 Cogan to Heath High level. But I have to say, Brian, that's for me, that's one of the things that completely and utterly makes this game brilliant, because it's not just the new routes coming out. The fact that we keep getting these new timetable mods just adds some interest, because I think otherwise it could potentially get slightly boring with the live streams where you know, you're there we are. I've got to the point now where I keep scrolling up and down, and it's easier just put some of the name in, but it kind of fills the gap quite nicely. So what did we say? 2 Mike 20. So this came out just after the Mildmay Line. So we do Barry Island to Merthyr Tydfil, and if we could do the whole of that run, it'd actually be fairly decent, but sadly not. Cherry cider, excellent, yeah. Yeah, still like the old 150s, and it's great that we can drive them on the Riviera Line. Oh, absolutely. I know. Yeah, I really should have tried to have done a 150 working, shouldn't I, to replicate your misery. But yeah, there's so many people that we could name, and I've kind of forgotten all the people. We know about Josh, obviously OTS Josh, who's been in the stream a load of times, and there's just so many different people that have created these mods. And the Preston Carlisle, again, an example of a route that was all right, but just adds to it having a new timetable, something brilliant to get involved in. Yeah, well, hopefully you'll kind of expect a 156 has got to be in the game at some point. It's such a well used DMU. Yeah, Pete needs a drink just to so that to get over the memories of driving, of being on that going into Cardiff on the 150. Has this game stuck, or is it me? It can't have stuck though, can it? If it's still playing the music, surely. Yeah, no, it didn't like that, did it? Ooh. Okay. We'll try again. Yes, indeed. Mind you, it doesn't put them off in India, does it, having OHLE? That was a fascinating experience to travel about on the trains in India. I thoroughly enjoyed that holiday. Yeah, well, there you go then. Yeah, Dominic. Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I'm hoping it'll be all right now. So frustrating though, isn't it? It's I think, like we were saying the other day on the chat, Base Taze, but it's, you know, it's great to get new patches and stuff, but they just seem to break one thing and fix one thing, break another. Well, that's the perennial question, Andrew. I mean, I still love West Coast Main Line South. I know, obviously, that came out with TSW5, but I still love the variety of that, Euston to Milton Keynes, and the fact that it's kind of several different routes in one, really. I'm doing the wrong one now, aren't I? Hang on. Right, fingers crossed it works this time. In terms of the TSW6 releases, I'm kind of sitting on the fence because I love the Riviera Line, I love Birmingham Crewe, I love Manchester Airport Commuter, and I love the Mildmay Line as well. Ah, good, we're in. Yeah, Cathcart Circle, and again, as it came out, it was absolutely oh, do what? Do it that way. Oh, I'm trying to do it. Yeah, that, I know what I'm doing wrong there. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, that the wrong way round. This would have to be the worst route that's been released this year, because it's just not complete at all. But Cathcart Circle, now that we've got the all the other stock that's in there as well, it's fabulous. Just be nice to be able to do a proper Pendolino run though out of Glasgow now and take it down to Carlisle. Yep. Right. Are we in forward for a start? Whack. Crikey, this is not going well. Strange thing. Oh, hang on. DR8. Right. Okay. Forward. I think they'd be giving me a drink test at this rate. I know. Well, clearly not when I'm driving it. Yeah, we do have. You'll be pleased to know, Pete. We've got a Western coming up. Or how do we come from Barry Island? I can't remember. No, it's Merthyr Tydfil we're supposed to be going to, isn't it? Yeah, we've got a Western coming up, but before that we've got the Manchester Airport Commuter, which is the summer. So we've got a Manchester Piccadilly to Alderley Edge. Then we've got a Western, and then we've got a couple of runs on Birmingham Crewe. Hello, Lewis on the railway. Hope you're well. And just a quick thank you as well. I said it in the blurb, but thank you very much for everybody that's watched in 2025, and the subscriber count has gone through the roof. Really pleased with that. The support massively appreciated. But if you are new to the channel watching today, then if you would consider liking and subscribing, then I would be tremendously grateful. Yeah, I hope you had a good Christmas, Lewis. Good evening, dude. Hope you're well. But yeah, this would definitely have to. I'd have to put this down as being the worst route released of the year. And I'd be happy enough with it just if it was just a full network. I mean, I was doing that Trade Sim Classic route the other day, the North Leeds, and you know, that really does feel like a proper network with you know, you've got Skipton, you've got Keighley, you've got Guiseley, you've got Bradford Forster Square. It's that feels like a proper network, and that's how a network should be. It should be some point to it. This is Cardiff City Network, dude. Did we say we were going to Merthyr Tydfil, or have we come from Merthyr Tydfil? I can't remember now. I think that's right. But it definitely has potential, but it's just not been executed. And it'd be nice if they could kind of say, look, we are going to finish it off, we're going to add to it, and but somehow you just get the feeling that they aren't going to add to it. I mean, Cardiff Central Station is really, really interesting in real life. It's so busy. There's stuff coming through in and out all the time. And I made my first foray into Cardiff, and again it was on that Class 67 set. That was back in August. Oh, what a brilliant day that was. Yeah, it has kind of got to that point, I think now, Electric Blues, where, again, don't play it massively often, so, yeah, it takes a bit of getting your head around. Yeah, it is a shame that, and it's one of the disappointments, and that, you know, sort of all the preview stuff, it's like, this is the best thing to come out since sliced bread, and then it's, as you say, it's kind of left to rot. Yeah, it takes me a lot to tempt me back into Train Sim Classic, but that route just got me straight away. And I'm sure I won't get time to do it over Christmas, but no, we're green, aren't we? We're okay. But there's even a scenario on Alan Thompson's site that does a full Leeds to Carlisle. It's something like over 2 hours, and also somebody's done a full Leeds to King's Cross. Sorry, not Leeds. Skipton to King's Cross. So it's just nice to add bits to the network that haven't been done before. Yeah, definitely, Lewis, and again, you know, just rewatching the Gavin and Stacey Christmas special on that was it was re-showed on Christmas Eve, but we watched it Christmas night, and yeah, just to not even have the line to Barry Island, that extra few miles would have, even just that in its own right, would have added tremendous value. Of course, the seafront's so close to the station, so that would have got them absolutely loads of publicity. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was some sort of good route hopping. Yeah, I agree with you on Bolton. Is kind of the missing link, really. That's never been done, that section. Cross country coming in there. That's Nottingham Cardiff, isn't it? But it does at least show you some of the busyness of Cardiff. Yeah, we got an IET going on there as well. So that's no, there isn't the Carnarvon service, is it? Probably the Swansea, is it, by the looks of it? I quite enjoyed it, to be honest. I went on the Gavin and Stacey tour, and it was a nice sunny day in August, so I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was kind of quite tidy, I thought. And don't get me wrong, I'm not. I don't think I'd be exactly queuing up to have a week's holiday there, but yeah, I thought it was pretty decent. Yeah, I had a ride in a TFW Fleur, so I took it back from Barry Island back to Cardiff. Fascinating place though, Cardiff. Absolutely fascinating place. Probably so, Pete, probably so. I think I am between Christmas and New Year anyway, because I think the brain switches off totally. So come Friday, when I'm back at work, it's going to take a hell of a lot of concentration to get the brain back into gear. That's the River Taff, isn't it? Hello, Wesley. 3 Grady 666. Hope you're well. I've also actually, I went to the Swansea Air Show a few years back, and I enjoyed that actually. And it was a beautiful. I mean, I actually drove to Swansea from Staffordshire, and one of the most gorgeous drives I've ever had in my life. I think absolutely beautiful. Going through like the Brecon Beacons, it was like being in the Highlands of Scotland. Right, okay, yeah. Well, it's nice if you can ease yourself back into it, I think, on Friday. I don't know about us. I mean, in theory, it's a normal day. I think it'll be reasonably quiet. Is that better now? Yeah, I can actually read the destination blind now. I think it'll be reasonably quiet on Friday, and then I think all hell will let loose on the Monday. Why is it just trains can get that buzzer back from the guard, and you don't get it on other routes? I'm great, thank you, first class trains. Yeah, hope you're well too, and hope you had a lovely Christmas. And you too, Wesley, by the way, as well. Yeah, so we're just trying to meander our way through all the UK routes this year. So we we started off with the Mildmay Line. Now we're on Cardiff City Network, and we've got Manchester Airport Commuter coming up, and then we will end with a couple of runs on Birmingham Crewe as well. Oh, absolutely. And I have to say the entire drive, because starting off from Staffordshire, you go through sort of Shropshire, and then you go into the Welsh Marches, and also Herefordshire as well. So the whole journey is just an absolute thing of beauty. I mean, it happened to be I don't know if it was July or August, July I think, and it happened to be an absolutely beautiful summer's afternoon, and I kind of stopped over and then went the air show the next day, but absolutely loved it. Yeah, me as well, dude. I mean, we've only had two very quick shots. One was around Richmond, and the other one was the bit going over the Thames before Gunnersbury. So you're kind of not sure A, how much, whether it's been done, or and B, whether the timetable's been worked on. And so, but yeah, that's going to be brilliant. Ah, brilliant first class trains, yeah. Both of those are lovely in their own right. And the Riviera Line I like a lot more than I was expecting it to, because they've really captured the scenery beautifully. And the fact that you've got sort of Paignton and Plymouth as well is just an absolute bonus. And Birmingham Crewe is just so busy, and you've got that very urban section between Birmingham New Street and Wolverhampton, and then you go much more countrified through to Stafford and then on to Crewe. So it's got we shut the doors now. And of course, Crewe's going to get a lot more love in 2026 as well, with the release of Crewe to Preston as well from Just Trains. But yeah, Crewe's one of the centerpieces of the railway network. And I bet there's millions of people that have changed at Crewe over the years, but have never stepped foot away from the station. Yeah, the one thing it never is quiet. Always busy. We've got a couple of miles actually here, so might be able to get some speed up. The one thing I must remember when we're entering Crewe, the last time I got a bit carried away with the chat, and I managed to ignore all the approach control signals coming into Crewe, and we spadded. Yeah, that's the bit I'm looking forward to, Lewis, and it's a very interesting section, and it'd be good to have the the District Line trains as well, on that short section between Richmond and Gunnersbury too. Yeah, it's kind of never quiet, is it, Crewe, Andrew? Have you been in touch with Rachel, have you, at all? I've still got my throttle on. That's not going to work very well with the brakes, is it? And also we're going to have the fun of doing those merry-go-round hopper workings as well from Power Station to Colliery. There'll be a speed control, so it might be a bit like watching paint dry loading the coal, but it's still going to be fascinating to be able to do. Ah, right, that's a shame. I mean, I know I haven't looked at her channel for a very long time, but I mean, she's done all the hard work sometimes because she's been standing about on the platforms at Crewe watching the sleeper coming through at sort of 11 o'clock going on for midnight. On a cold winter's night before now. I think I actually put me open the doors there before we come to a proper stop. Yeah, they look all right, don't they? I actually saw one close up a couple of weeks ago. I've got a friend who lives in Leicester, and we took the dog for a walk by the canal, and we saw one of the 810s come past us. I mean, I surmised that actually it would have been a test working, but I think in actual fact, I think they'd literally gone into service about the same time. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm never a massive fan of those Meridian units. You know, they were all right. They were functional, but you can understand. It makes a hell of a lot of sense with having bi-mode trains now, because it seems stupid driving long sections of diesel locos under the wires. Oh, excellent, Andrew, yeah. Ah, cheers, Dominic, yeah. Right, so, I've lost my pen. Where's that gone? That's there. Right, trying to do two things at once, which is always dangerous. So 4713 for you. Where are we actually taking this through to anyway? It's Radda. Yeah, Radda's the final stop, isn't it, for us? Yeah, I think lots of people, whatever the trains that you grew up with, you're about to have an affection for, I think. 5441 from Amaze Taze. And Brian is 5357. Hang on. Just shows how good I am at multitasking, doesn't it? Trying to jot down scores, and I haven't even covered to the station platform. Yeah, it'd be quite nice if Skyhook Games could get back into route building, and then they could add a bit more of the middle and main line into the equation. Yeah, I don't think I've set the world alight with either of the drives, really, have I, so far tonight? Yeah, people are going to be starting saying we've had enough of Crewe now. Can we have something else? But I'm delighted, and there'll be some differences as well with the Just Trains Crewe as opposed to the Crewe that's recently been released. There's little things like the Royal Mail depot as opposed to the new entrance that exists nowadays. Right, there we go. 5292 for me. So I'm not bottom. I'm certainly not top either. So, but yeah, I still enjoyed it. As I said, it's never going to be my favourite route, but I still enjoy it. Yes, well, to be honest with you, I've been on the Caledonian Sleeper and got off, and the Jacobite's been waiting there in the platform, but sadly, when I looked, it was kind of all sold out. So, but I'd love to do that one day, and then actually have a stop off in Malay for the night. That's definitely something to do. Right, so we need to get things changed on the leaderboard. So what are we to begin with? Text. That's what we need. So what was that then? 2 Mike 20, wasn't it? So Cogan to Heath High Level. Electric Blues didn't do that one, did you? I don't think. Or Concord. Right, where are we now? So much screen flicking from one thing to the other. So, right, so we'll get rid of Electric Blues. I'll tell you what, we'll update Electric Blues to be Dominic. And we'll put the score in. So 4713. So Amaze's was 5441. I was 5292. And Brian was 4357. There we go. So that's I think I've got that right, haven't I, with the scores? So Mace Tays won that one. Well done, Mace Tays. I would actually manage to be second, I do believe. Oh, wait a minute. Brian. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Brian. I am getting you wrong here. You were 5357. There we go. That makes it better. So Brian was second, I was third, and then Dominic was fourth. But again, thank you very much, everybody. Well played. And once more, really, really appreciated you all taking part. And yeah, Jacobites, really, really popular, isn't it? So we'll load the game up in a second. How are we doing for time? 1841. Tell you what, we'll crack on with the next one, but we'll have the half-time break after that, I think. But yeah, thank you very much, Dominic. Yeah, I like that. I think I ran over a sheep on my route for that score. Well, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's so difficult sometimes trying to get the speed limit and everything in check. It's a challenge in its own right. I think so, Mace Tage. Yeah, I must. There's a lot more I could do with the leaderboard, so I think that's perfectly possible. So I'll have a little play around with it at some point. I was trying to work out there where you said you got your fleet up, Lee, or whether you got your feet up. Now, before I start the next one, which is 2 kilo 35 on Manchester Airport Commuter, the 323, it's the 1059. Let me just have a try these settings again, because I've still not got it exactly as I want it. What do I want? Right, track monitor, that's what I want, isn't it? Not at all, first class trains. Anybody is welcome to take part, and yeah, I know you'll massively appreciate it. And the thing is, I mean, it's very much the case that some of you have all the routes. Not everybody has every route, and you're bound to get a situation where even if you've got all the routes, you haven't got the... it's the weekday timetable, by the way. Even if you've got all the routes, you might not have, you know, a particular timetable that I'm using. So it's going to vary a bit whether you could take part in all of them or not. So what do we say? 2 kilo 35. So yeah, 1059. Yeah, definitely first class trains. Yeah, and it took. I mean, for a very long time. I mean, Maystays has been doing it for about a year now, and it's taken a while for other people to do it. But we've got quite a regular combination now. Concorde and Electric Blues are quite regular, and Brian certainly is a regular as well. But it just, the theory is, it just improves your driving a little bit. Yeah, well, this is it, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Or maybe you could watch through the phone or something. I mean, I must admit, I absolutely love this route. You know, it'd be brilliant if we could have... oh, I need to do that. Be lovely if we could have the bit to Crewe, and that's the only missing bit now. But so busy. And straight away, you've got the Voyager in there, you've got Pendolinos, you've got those outside platforms going on as well. I mean, there's usually something coming through on here as well, most of the time. Just reminding me myself, yeah, we're okay, aren't we? I was just checking, we can still see the gate. Yeah, well, exactly, Electric Blues. First class train's got to go now. Oh, yes, yeah, fabulous new year. Hopefully, see you in the first live stream of 2026. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, enjoy the New Year's celebrations. Enjoy the next few days as well before we get there. But thank you very much as ever for contributing. Yeah, I think the the issue with Crewe is, I think Alan Thompson wanted to.
The next station is Levenshulme. This is a northern service to Crewe.
I think they wanted to put it in originally, Crewe, and I think they, I think actually when it released on one of the consoles, it actually was showing up as Crewe to Manchester, but wait a minute, we're red, aren't we? There. Glad I didn't go zipping off. There we go. So I think they intended to do it, and then I think they realised adding in Crewe as their very first route was going to be just too much of a big ask. So they curtailed it to Alderley Edge. And also there was this issue about the people who were working for Alan Thompson, includes people who are now part of the All Aboard Studios team. So obviously they then released a route involving Crewe. So reading between the lines, you kind of wonder whether they'd already built it, and then so it's a little bit political, I think, but it would be great to have it included. Oh, I agree with you there, Lee. Yeah, the 310 or even the 312, because they were very, very similar, but they are great units from my childhood. I mean, I would like to hope that there's been so many people asking for the Manchester Airport route to be extended to Crewe that, you know, it'd just be great if it could still be done. Yes, I've seen it mentioned. I mean, I don't know the specifics and the ins and outs. I mean, I think it played out very publicly in the forums just after Christmas last year, and I think it was Kez, All Aboard Studios. He put his viewpoints across, and Alan Thompson responded. So it got quite spicy. But I think basically there was just the issue about the fact they put a lot of work in and they weren't really getting paid. But it was kind of like, well, you'll get paid when the route comes out, which you can kind of understand. But and you know, there's no doubt at all the ATS team have done a brilliant job with this route. I mean, I've loved even the you know, we did a couple of runs where you take the Pendolino out of the depot at Longsight, and absolutely amazing to do. But I mean, there's two sides to every story. It's impossible to know the full truth. Yeah, well, that's from ATS, isn't it? And you kind of hope that's not going to be too far off. And fingers crossed, it's going to be the first of the 90 releases. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a passenger one release, but it'd just be good to begin with to get an extra. It'd just be good to begin with to get an extra freight engine into the mix. I think that's going to be a timetable for the West Coast Main Line South. The only slight annoyance is it's going to be one of a million timetables. Probably, anyway.
We are now approaching Levenshulme.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
And of course, what ATS did do, and fair dues for them, but they've added in the class, the Voyager, the class 220, and they've made sure you get station announcements and train announcements included as well now. And it's hard to know exactly what the new team at ATS that finished the route off did.
This is a northern service to Crewe. The next station is Eton Chapel.
But the detail is absolutely superb.
Chelford, Loostrey, Holmes Chapel, Soundbatch, and Crewe.
So we're taking this one via Stockport.
Chapel. This is a northern service to Crewe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on release there was those mounds of concrete or stone or whatever it's supposed to be at Heaton Chapel, but they very, very quickly released a patch up. I think it was one of those where the wrong release build had been implemented. But yeah, it's been it's a lovely route. Really enjoy it. And I know that ATS definitely have got plans. I would imagine it's been incredibly successful, this route. So I think they have got plans on bringing other stuff out. They were certainly advertising for new positions a few months back. Yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah. I just remember the shock of seeing it in the preview, and it was the official DTG preview, and I think Matt Pendleton was oblivious. I don't know whether Alan Thompson was expecting it or not.
We are now approaching Heaton Chapel.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
I mean, the announcements is one of the great features that has greatly increased my enjoyment of the game. There's a Voyager working. I think there's a slight issue at Slade Lane Junction where I think originally as it came out, basically trains would collide, so they had to reduce the timetable to begin with. But I think it's now been corrected, but it's a little bit sharper than it should be in real life.
This is a northern service to Crewe. The next station is Stockport.
Head forth, Wilmslow, Alderley Edge, Chelford, Lewstrom, Holmes Chapel, Sandwich, and Crewe.
It's just a lovely station, Heaton Chapel. Got plenty of character about it. But I did think when I first rode it, it just seemed as though there wasn't much going on in terms of trains between Piccadilly and Stockport. It seemed a bit on the quiet side, but then the reason why came in.
Stockport. This is a northern service to Crewe.
We're coming towards Heaton Norwich Junction, and then we're going over the famous Stockport Viaduct, which is a work of art in its own right. Yeah, well, there was something in and around here anyway, wasn't there? Because, I'm being silly here. There was no trains at all that came into Stockport during August. And certainly when I went on the Class 67, we avoided it entirely. It was... we went via the Style Line to Wilmslow. but I don't know precisely what was done. Yeah, it's kind of like if there's something wrong with the route, don't mention it. As Basil Fawlty once said, don't mention it. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. And sometimes it comes across as a bit silly.
This is Stockport. This is a northern service to Crewe. The next station is Cheadlehume.
Yeah, shame we didn't get the chance to drive the Voyager tonight. That's also a great release for 2025 as well. And in terms of football grounds, oh, what have I done?
The next station is Cheadlehume. This is a northern service to Crewe.
Yeah, in terms of missing football grounds, we need Edgeley Park putting in now, because that is very visible. I think you can just about get away with the Etihad missing at Manchester Piccadilly, although you can see it as you depart the station. But Edgeley Park, Stockport County's ground, a bit more unforgivable because it really is a visible sight. Yeah, it really is. I mean, I was a little bit like, you know, what's everybody getting so excited for about the Voyager? But yeah, massively enjoyed it. We were all, well, I was a bit worried about the sounds because it was fairly clear they hadn't got proper recordings, but even the default sounds were pretty good. And then there's one or two mods on Train Sim Community which improve it even more. I mean, there's a little bit of an extension. I quite like them to get that bit there done to Hazel Grove because it's not that long, and again it would be a nice little end-to-end journey, Manchester Piccadilly to Hazel Grove. That'd be good to put in. I mean, people have said about the Voyager that what about the 221? And it would be nice, don't get me wrong, but I think having the 220 in, I'm not that massively upset. I mean, I personally, I can barely tell the difference between a 220 and a 221, so I'm not massively bothered if you have 221 substituting for 220s. I'd just love to see the bit going off to the left beam model, though, go down to Macclesfield and Stoke-on-Trent onto Stafford. But it's kind of the section of railway that never seems to make it into the game, and that's whether it's Microsoft Train Simulator, whether it's Train Sim Classic, whether it's Train Sim World. Never seem destined. The best.
We are now approaching Cheadlehume.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
The best we've had so far is having Stoke to Crewe in the game on Train Sim Classic on the Alan Thompson route. But even the bridge there, and you know, it's very, very distinctly Cheadle Hugh.
This is Cheadle Hugh. This is a northern service to Crewe. The next station is Hendforth.
Alderley Edge, Shelford, Boostray, Holmes, Sandbach, and Crewe.
Yeah, that's a real Christmas wish for me, 2026. Out of everything that's been announced, oh, please, 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 can we have Crewe put in? Cracky, I'm dead early here, aren't I? It's not like me. 2 minutes, 2 minutes early. I suppose, you know, the Voyager, it's not a massive thing going to Crewe because I think there's only something like one service a day that goes in either direction. Yeah, so I presume this is platform 1. Yeah, because the ones from Stoke, this is the Stoke line over here, goes dead slow round the corner. They don't tend to stop at Heaton Chapel and Levenshulme. Possibly, yeah. But it's certainly, I think it's more of a route learning job than anything else, that they have a nominal one in the timetable. But I know that the one that passes sort of between Stafford and Crewe, because that's me journey into work in the mornings, and that's fairly... That passes about 8 o'clock-ish, because I think I only get to see that if I'm running slightly late.
The next station is Hendforth. This is a northern service to Crewe.
That feels a little bit AI generated, doesn't it? You know, it's like, it doesn't sound like she's saying Handforth. It almost makes it sound like Hendforth. But yeah, remember this being summer, it was a very, very hot period, and I think Alan Thompson nearly blew his computer up in his shed when he was previewing it. It seems strange to be thinking that as we're kind of in this December period between Christmas and New Year. But I love the fact that we got the Manchester Airport branch. That in itself is interesting. So it is a network. It is a network, which I love. But I think some of the Voyager services now go down to, some go to Bristol Temple Meads, some to Reading, but you don't quite get so extended services these days. Yeah, I agree with you. Agree with you, Pete. Yeah, definitely. Very scary sometimes. I mean, I know it's a bit science fiction-y, but what happens when it starts disagreeing with you and saying, no, I'm not doing that. Which is a bit of a profound thought.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform and take care when stepping down from the train.
I think the first time I did this route on release night, I can remember the game dumping on me here. Oh, look at that old sign there on the right. I think the issue was I'd had a look around Manchester and then it couldn't quite cope with...
This is Thames Forth. This is a northern service to Crewe. The next station is Wilmslow.
I forgot to show you the sign at Cheadle as well, but there's an old sign there as well. Yeah, I could well imagine that. I hope it's not really in my lifetime, but the way things develop at the speed that they are, then it probably will be. Oh, well, what was I saying about it crashing at Alderley Edge? Well, that's a shame. Before we got to Alderley Edge, but never mind. So that's a blank from me anyway. I think it's basically, Lee, it's they're still leaving in the old signs that used to be there years ago. It's kind of a throwback to the past, so it's quite nice. And then you've kind of got the more modern and standard ones as well. So anyway, let me know your scores if you make it to Alderley Edge, unlike me, and we'll carry on in a sec. So I'll just go have the half-time drink, and then we will conclude. Well, we've still got quite a bit more to do yet. We've got Riviera Line, and then we've got Birmingham Crewe as well. So back in a moment. I'm back. Yeah, fantastic. I'm glad everybody else has managed to get that finished. It's strange, isn't it? It's you know, why would it suddenly jump on me? I mean, I jinxed myself actually, didn't I, by mentioning about it crashing at Handforth, and then it crashed at Handforth. Great. Well, we're not quite on 5R21 yet because we've got a Western service set, but we won't be too far off. But yeah, I agree with you about the Wirral line, Ron. I would love to see that in the game as well. I think your message is gone, but I did see you getting that in there. So Electric Blues is 7080. Dominic was 7096. 7102. So I think we're just waiting on Brian, aren't we? Is that right? Oh, just seen you think about yeah, getting a first class 67 trip in, Pete, as well. Then that would be that would work out really nicely. So let's get some scores into the board. Where has it gone now? So we are this time. I'll have to count myself out on this one. So what did we say it was? So 2 kilo 35. Just put man pick to Alderley. Can't type all of a sudden. So Maystays was 7102. Brian, not sure about the moment. So I'm a 0. Dominic is 7096. Then we need to add in Electric Blues with a score of 7080. So Base Taser's winning at the moment. And Brian is 7076. Cheers, Seb. That's much appreciated. Again, you understand this technology better than I do. So 7076. So let's just write that down as well. And then we'll stick that in. There we go. So some really good scores, some really close scores. We'll never know what mine was without it dumping, but never mind. These things happen with the game occasionally. Well played, everybody. and well played, Amaze, and thank you as ever for your contributions. And then we will get the game loaded up again. Yeah, very close. Very close. Yeah, no sheep on that run, Dominic. Yeah. I don't know, Seb. I'll find out in a minute. It's painted to Exeter. I can't remember if it's non-stop or not, but we'll find out in a second. So this is taking us now into, of course, Manchester Airport Commuter was released for Train Sim World 5, so that was in, I can't remember if it was June or July, but we then had, in August, Train Sim World 6 was released, and that included the Riviera Line. And I've not really had chance to try out the other stuff as well yet. The American routes I've really only had a couple of runs on. Oh, excellent, Electric Blues. Yeah, that's great, fantastic. Well, I've got myself a coffee, and I've also got myself a rum and coke. Ah, fair enough, Seb. Yeah. Hello, Chris. Dearsley 9511. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you had a good Christmas. It's always a pleasure to drive the. And I thought I'd do the Western because it's a throwback to older times. Here's your answer. We're doing part 1, so 34 minutes, Seb. Exeter St David's to Paint, and this is part 1 we're doing, and we're doing it in the that lovely maroon colours. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's. I can't believe, really, that we're already way past Christmas and we're getting on towards the new year. 100%, Seb. Yeah. Now that was before I've been drinking. Heaven help us all from here on in. Yes. Now, it took me a bit of figuring out this. It's like, where the heck's the AWS? And the answer is, it's on the floor. So are we non-stop or not? I don't know. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're non-stop. So yeah, 34-minute run. And there it is. And we got Mark II carriages on the back by the looks of it. Yes, indeed. Yeah, very nice looking too. Western Champion. Yeah, I think we're all West Coast Railway stop. There's supposed to be a pack, actually, speaking of West Coast Railways, there's supposed to be a pack of the 47 coming out soon. I think Tom from Train Sim TV did a bit of a preview on that. very nice it looked too. That's quite a while ago, so just hoping that's not going to be too far. Oh, I didn't realise that either. Back of the train, we've got a Class 47 in the original two-tone livery as well. Very nice. Right, so what aspect that's supposed to be? I don't know, but it's not red anyway, is it? I think it's single yellow, is it? So that's a northbound service anyway. That's red. Yeah, I'd say that's yellow. Of course, needless to say, it'll take about a year to get the brakes off. And that's the line. Is that the Barnstable branch going off to the left? I always get mixed up. No, we're okay. I was just I had a nasty thought then, and then I'd still got the leaderboard showing. Good point, mate. Yeah, good point. Well, that's a proper train, isn't it? Yeah, I was thinking the same, Pete, about the DSD. That's why I've not touched it. I mean, I don't know whether it's something daft about. There was one that was released for the West Somerset Steam Railway. There was one that was released for that Diesel Legends thing, but I've left it off anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good old run. Now, let me know if it's sounding a bit loud, because I get a completely different experience in terms of the stream as to how it sounds to you. Sometimes I think it's dead loud coming through the headset, and the reality is it's pretty quiet. But if you think it's too loud, let me know. I'll by all means shut the window. I mean, it was very much a strategy that the Western region went for in the 1950s. Everybody else was ordering diesel electric, and the Western region wanted to try out diesel hydraulic. So we have these Westerns, we have the Class 42s, we have the Hymix, the 35s were they? I think it was partly withdrawn because they were considered slightly too problematic, and I know that Pete's mentioned before, he said, well, it's mainly because they didn't look after them very well. Well, at least I haven't got to negotiate Dainton Bank anyway, because we're Paynton bound. There's something quite exciting about doing a rail tour run. And in theory, it shouldn't be a great issue in terms of speed either, because I don't think there's much danger of us breaking the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. I like that, the walkie-talkie. But it took me ages figuring out about the AWS. I did have a little play with it before we went live because I couldn't remember where the AWS was, and eventually I found it on the floor. Good evening, the pack, aka Andrew 3114. Yeah, thank you very much. And if you enjoyed the video, by the way, if you consider liking and subscribing, then I'd be tremendously appreciated. I mean, we are in Trainton World 6 now, so I'd kind of say that's the best one to go for, because you know, you go to the point now with newer routes, you get things like station announcements, and it means there's new stuff you can get. So that would be the optimum. Whether if it work, the issue you've got really is what sort of device you're playing it on. Oh, PS4. I think the problem you're going to get is its playability. I think PS5, but you're going to have the issue where it's not going to work brilliantly. So it's kind of worth. I mean, I'd certainly say, but try and have a look, find routes that you know that will work on PS4, because you get into that point where it's probably going to be an issue. Yeah, it's interesting topic, Pete. I didn't realise until you said. Yeah, there you go. And I know it's difficult if you've got PS4, but the issue is you get to the point where the game can't cope with all the newer stuff that's coming out. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's just not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. I mean, the issue that we have too is that it's sort of only just about copes with. I mean, this is an old PC that I'm driving it on, and the game only just about copes with that. So it's the older consoles really. It is an issue. So I mean, the ideal would be, you know, wait until you can get PS5, I guess. But if that isn't on the cards, just perhaps have a look and try and see some games that you know definitely people have played on PS4, and then work out what routes you can get and you can buy. And this must have been a fabulous run in real life. I'd love to get a video of a Western coming through Dawlish. No, it's not got Durham on it, Andrew. It's the only East Coast bit of the East Coast main line we've got at the moment is between Peterborough and Doncaster, and you drive the Azuma on that. But it's a fabulous hobby. And you know, it's kind of, you've got to balance what you have, what the machine you've got's capable of, and just build it up gradually. The only, I mean, if you do have a PC, then the only simulator that's got Durham in it currently is Train Sim Classic, and there is you can drive between York and Newcastle. Yeah, I think that would be the issue with me, Peter. I get in an old diesel, and I tend to kind of forget that they need easing in a little bit. I tend to go and try and thrash it, but I suppose it worked out all right coming out from Exeter, because you're kind of obliged to go slow initially anyway. Yeah, therein lies the problem. It's a catch-22 situation, Andrew, where obviously the very latest stuff is absolutely brilliant, but the device you've got, you're going to struggle to manage it. So let me speed in again, aren't I? I really must make some proper notes about the speed limits on this route, because every time I do a ride on this route, I'm really caught out. I think the problem is you're just distracted by how beautiful the route is, and you know, even here on a sort of a wintry but sunny December day, then you're just blown away by the scenery. It's a question of again, different packages come out with different things. So a lot of the routes come out as standalone routes. I mean, Trace and World 6, for example, came out with the version I got, and there's different versions but with the Riviera Line, and there's an American route and a German route thrown in as well. But most of the routes that you can get are separate pieces of DLC. Yeah, it's something just a bit different, isn't it? And there's so much variety, and you know, you can drive steam rail tours, you can drive quite a few old diesels. You've got stuff for the nuclear pack on there as well. There is freight services, but there is that variety with the core bit, you know, Voyagers, Class 150 services, and the 802s, and they're all actually pretty decent to drive. Our excellent electric blues, yeah. I used to think with tablets that you know, under a certain age, you know, under 40, I can't remember ever having any, and then suddenly it seems as though you know, I've got the whole combination going on. Right, let's try this rum and coke. I haven't tried it yet. That's nice. One of my favourite bits as well, coming through past Teignmouth. Now, I don't know if the Western's running tomorrow on the Severn Valley Railway Diesel Gala, but I know that it's quite a thing at the Severn Valley Railway. You can't, Dominic, but don't tell anybody. Nobody will know. Indeed, you're right, Andrew, yeah. Nobody will ever know. I've not told a soul. There we go, that was Old Meets New, Class 220, and the Western at the same time. Well, I've got a coffee going on as well, actually. Because I'm so addicted to coffee that I get headaches unless I make sure I have a coffee every couple of hours. Well, let's try it from the outside, Andrew. brakes in as well. Speaking of old diesels, I mean, one train I've not driven in an absolute age is the Class 33, and that's I think that's got some rail tour runs on the southeastern line. Ah, marvellous, Pete, yeah. Yeah, I know my friend who I stopped with a couple of weeks ago, he's very much all kitted out with all the stuff for coffee, but he's also got one of those taps where you kind of twizzle it a little bit, and you get boiling hot coffee coming straight from the tap. Oh, sorry to hear that, Andrew. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, agreed. It's a stunning livery. Yeah, we're gonna make it. We're all right. We're okay. I was just a bit worried I wasn't going to make that. I won't lie. No, not really. As long as you have the road, then there is absolutely no reason why. Ah, there we go. We have the road now. There's absolutely no reason why you can't go through at full speed. Yeah, that sounds like a nice balance, really, Pete. I mean, I know I've been in whenever I've been in a hotel with a coffee machine, usually the only thing I manage to achieve is to flood the bedroom. But so I'm kind of with you on. You want it to be nice, but fairly simple to make. I mean, I've actually got Amaze Taser's got me into this. I've got a package of some caramel lattes, but I haven't done it at half time though. I'll probably save that for the morning tomorrow. But yeah, I agree with you on the livery, Andrew, and with those carriages as well, just complements it beautifully. Absolutely. Maybe I'm just easily impressed, I don't know, but I quite like mine. Hi Sean, hope you're well, thanks for joining us. Right, Christmas, post-Christmas, early New Year stream. Sounds far too healthy for me, that Lee. Herbal tea. Right, we've got green now, so we're all right. Yeah, I think the ones I've got are Nescafe, I think. You can actually, as well with this service, I mean we won't do it tonight, but you can actually run it round and take it back the other way. Yeah, absolutely. And I would imagine as well that sort of lorry driving early in the morning, that just getting stuff like that sorted out is vital, really. Yeah, there's no complaints about that, Concord. It's best for you, I think, in the long run. I would surmise. Say it's more it's either coffee or red wine. To be honest, I don't drink anywhere near enough water. I think keeping yourself nicely hydrated is always never a bad thing. Yes, we used to say such things. I mean, I used to like moan as a child growing up, Andrew, and if we'd only got water, that was the old joke from my father. It's well, we've got Corporation Pop, he used to call it. So same sort of thing, yeah. Ah, excellent, Pete, yeah. Yes, indeed, Ron. Yeah, thank you very much, and for your contributions. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching as ever. And yeah, Happy New Year to you. See you in 2026. And I must confess, whilst we're on the New Year's Eve thought. Never do anything massively amazing for New Year, and it always feels as though it's a bit of an anti-climax, really. You spent most of the evening hanging around thinking, isn't it nearly midnight yet? But yeah, cheers, Ron. I've got my throttle off, haven't I? Just have this feeling that that signal's going to come up on me right out of nowhere. Yeah, it's certainly different, isn't it? You don't hear... There are certain trains, and you know the Deltic's the other obvious example, but there are certain trains that you just know what it is with your eyes shut. Yeah, a bit like that, mate, to be honest, yeah. We always think the New Year's fireworks are always absolutely brilliant, and love seeing them. But I've got absolutely no desire to venture out to see them live. Standing about in the cold for a couple of hours. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful train. I probably told you before, but my mum wanted me to have a Western for my model railway when she was building me one in the early 80s, but because it wasn't the sort of an area that I was familiar with at the time, I kind of wanted to have trains that I knew and loved from the current times, as it were. But she kind of said straight away, what a beautiful looking train. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've always thought so, and you know, I hear all the stories of people that seem to have these amazing New Year's Eves, but it's never a big thing in our household. Yeah, we are indeed, but we actually do have the road now. So I presume, I'm guessing something's just left painting. Right, so hang on, I need to get some brakes off. And eventually we might be able to get some bit of power going. I don't know if that's the last signal before the... Mind you know, it won't be the last signals before painting, because that's 3.7 miles away. So there must have been maybe a 150 on a stopping service. Of course, being a rail tour, you'd never get top priority, would you, in terms of the pathing? So it might be a fairly slow grind into painting. We are running a bit late as well. Now don't go too fast, knowing that that was only a single yellow, and then there's another signal at the end of the next station. All right, yeah, cheers for joining us, Lee. Happy New Year to you, and yeah, see you again next week. Yes, I can imagine. I bet it was quite lively if you were performing. Am I nearly there yet? Excellent, Seb. Yeah, not too far away. We're 3.4 miles away, but we are under the jurisdiction of the signalman, Seb. So we will get there as soon as we possibly can. Oh, enjoying this rum and coke. I might even be thinking about having another one once we've finished. So I'm hoping with crawling up to the signal like this that by the time we get there it might have cleared, but I'm just trying to make sure that we don't go silly speed towards it, because again we're not driving a modern locomotive or multiple unit. There's a 165. So hopefully we will get a green aspect this time. Yeah, that looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes you just look at some of these stations as you're coming through, and it's you know, you could be there in real life. It looks very, very realistic. So we are going downhill, but actually we're 40, aren't we? So might be alright to speed up a little bit. Oh, crikey, that sounds nice. Half a pint of Baileys? Crikey, that sounds strong. We're just, at the moment, with our Baileys, we get one before Christmas and then one in time for New Year. So we're just literally just trying to make sure it lasts for maybe another day or two. And then we'll get a second bottle of it in time for New Year. And then the next bottle of Baileys we'll buy will be in December again. Here's Torquay. Say hello to Basil and all the rest of them. Of course, this was the year that when we lost Prunella Scales, wasn't it? Very sad. Funny, but just before the stream, I think it's because of this thing about between Christmas and New Year, but I seem to get into this habit of being quite tired about tea time. So I was about 4 o'clock-ish. I could have easily settled in for having a couple of hours sleep, but I'm wide awake now. Oh, excellent. Oh, sounds good. Struggling up the hill actually here, Seb. That's the issue. needed to put, again, this is the contrast, you know, driving the Class 802, you're having to put your brakes on to keep within the speed limit, but driving this, you've actually got to put full throttle on just to get some speed up. Just be nice now if we got the Dartmouth Steam Railway represented in full, and you know, you could carry on that journey and do the steam bit. I mean, they've got quite a bit of the track done already. But such is the Riviera Line that 1 minute you're going uphill and then the next you're going down, so I think we're pretty much downhill to into Paynton now. Well, there we go. So we've got an 802 departing. And shortly about to go over the famous level crossing at Paynton as well. Just shows though how your brain with train driving can be not realise things, because I remember the green but I don't remember seeing the adverse signal beyond that, so I was kind of dead surprised then to see a red, and again going downhill I was slightly worried, but we made it all right. Oh, good evening Oscar, yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, no worries, yeah, we've still got a bit to go yet. We've got a couple of runs on Birmingham Crewe coming up. Yeah, hope you had a nice Christmas. Hope you're well. They're similar-ish. They were kind of Mark II, Mark III. I think there was one carriage that was Mark II that was included in the Royal train stock. But yeah, definitely the same colours, and they were 100% built from the kind of there were no like special carriages built for the Royal train. They came out of standard stock, and okay, I guess the interior was laid out a bit differently. So that's the train we're waiting on. So that's got to go off to Godrington Sands to make the platform clear. Yeah, we are into platform 1. I mean, again, I don't know if that's definitely 100% accurate, but I love the fact that, again, they could have easily just plonked a kind of a row of like terraced housing or whatever there, but they look as though they've made a real effort to capture the scene there, and to put that flower bed in, and even that box there in the middle. And then you've got that building, which, you know, again, not exactly a work of art in terms of detail, but it looks damned accurate. Wolverhampton, I believe, which is on the West Coast Main Line, just kind of south of Northampton. Yeah, it really is beautiful, beautiful routes, and I'd got me doubts about how much I was going to enjoy it when it was first announced, but it grew on me, and then I was pleased with all the effort that's got in, and I think the general consensus seems to be that it's a Rivet Games production, but a fantastic job they've done, I think. We waited a good while for this signal, aren't we? But we clearly can't, until that 150 shift's out of the way, we can't go anywhere. It's leaving. That's good news. Right, so we are okay now. I'm intrigued to know whether, by rights, those barriers should probably come down, and then we get the clear signal. But I've got a feeling with TSW it's more likely that we're going to get the clear signal, and then they'll probably come down as we're approaching it. Yeah, just I know, no, they're down. Oh, that is good. I love the realism on that. And again, I'm sure very prototypical for a rail tour, because you're not the most important train on the network, and the signalman's always going to give priority for the regular services, so to be held up in the way that we have been is quite authentic. Yes, when it's quiet. I know what you mean. There's something about seaside places when they're quiet. It's just lovely without people. And I've got a feeling that the steam trains on this operate all round the clock, as it were, which of course wouldn't happen in reality, but it's still a nice touch to have it included. And you can actually have the view of seeing steam trains actually leaving the station. Yeah, you're right, the trees are a lot better in TSW6. I have to say that the autumn and the winter views I've enjoyed a lot better. The lighting seems to be massively improved compared with TSW5. Sometimes it just looked too bright, and but they seem to have the lighting done absolutely superbly. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's... Oh, there we are. So that's running round to go on to the other end of the stop. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think you said yourself that it's a bit of a test bed for Unreal Engine 5, isn't it? So eventually I'm sure it will become a thing in this game. So 4267 is my score. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think I've tried a snowbound run, have I? That would have been quite nice, but I kind of thought we've had 2 weeks of snow, so I thought I'd do without. Well, that was a wonderful run. Really enjoyed that, and then we're going to move on to Birmingham Crewe in a second. So Mildmay 7350. Ah, you must have had the DSD must work then on the West Somerset Railway Western. I didn't dare include it, but that's got to be the difference, I think. I know, that's the thing. It's got to be the safety systems. The AWS was fine. Now, I thought that the DSD was broke on it, so that's got to be what it is. Yeah, it obviously does work on that one. I think it's the British Rail Blue one that doesn't work, but I'm blaming Pete. He said don't put that DSD on. Anyway, not to worry. Yeah, I mean, I won't be buying that New York Rivals thing, but I am interested in the development of it and what's included. Right, Dominic 7325. So that's a good score, and you're only 25 points adrift of Mildmay there. Right, so that'll be interesting then. You want TTG Harry to come with it as well. Oh, crumbs! I was going to be diplomatic. She's an interesting character, is all I will say. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so there we go. So it'll be interesting to see what Brian's score is, because you would know, we've kind of got two with DSD and we've got two without DSD. So that is going to be interesting. Okay, let's put the start putting the leaderboard up in preparation. If I can find it, where's it gone? So this was what was it now? It hadn't got a head code, had it? But it was the 10 10:13, wasn't it? So save changes. So Maystays was 7350. So Dominic was 7325. I managed 4267, and then just waiting on Brian. Yeah, she definitely. I think she'd probably agree herself that a little bit on the deranged side. Yeah, well, let's hope so. And I suppose it's not a bad way of doing it, because if they're kind of testing the water with it, then there's a chance for them to work out what it's like and then gradually implement it. And you know, we know from before they've not got a great track record of doing everything perfectly, so it gives them a chance to do it. Ah, well, there we go. Cheers, Brian. Oh well, I'm definitely bottom of the pile. So even though I was also without DSD, then you've still beat me there. But well played, everybody. Again, thank you very much. So Brian, 4502. So yeah, that was great. Enjoyed that, and we'll prepare for. Seb will be pleased to know we're on the. Finally, we're moving on to Birmingham Crewe. Pete, my missus leaves me alone. Can you imagine Harry coming in and spilling your beer when you're approaching Oxenholme? Yeah, do you mean Birmingham Crewe? Well, you'll see it in a minute, but yeah, it's a great little route. No, the plan is we're doing a Pendolino from Oxley car depot into Wolverhampton, so the short bit, and then we're doing a Pendolino back from New Street up to Crewe. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of like Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's just something I dip in and out of occasionally, and I do enjoy watching some of them, but kind of not the faintest ideas around the games. Yeah, it's the first time I've done a service for an Oxley car, so it's only a shortish run, this next one. So to 390 I think, and 1 Romeo 21 I do believe, is it? Wait a minute. Should try looking at my notes, shouldn't I, first? No, sorry, 5 Romeo 21. That's it. So it's probably still dark, actually. Yeah, exactly, Dominic. And I think that's the great thing. I mean, sometimes, as it came out with the West Somerset Railway, it was very limited, and it was good that you could then do Paddington to Paynton, but it's kind of like perfect to stretch its legs over the Riviera Line. Yeah, I'm the same, King. I mean, I remember playing on Microsoft Flight Simulator 25 years ago on a very, very old PC, and I was like very proud of myself that I managed to navigate my way from Birmingham to Manchester, I think it was. Ah, there we go then, Pete. Right, so this is, of course, because of the time of the year, it's dark, but it's only a short run, this one, into Wolverhampton Station. Let's get some. Better have night running, haven't we? Right, let's make sure we've got all the doodahs set up here. Sometimes get caught out. Actually, tell you what, let's put the lighting on, we can see it a bit better then. Yeah, and then obviously we need the AWS thing. Now, I think by rights the depot should be packed full of other trains as well, so I think they haven't massively gone in for filling it out, but it's still nice that you've got the depot runs included. Are you not a fan then, Pete? Yeah. Well, maybe. So I could have done this in the summer, and we would have been completely daylight, but I thought, as it's only a short run, I mean, it's only 1.4 miles, so we're not exactly going to, it's not going to take forever, and it's quite nice to see the lights, the night sky as well. I mean, this is completely without any clouds, so we're very much a starlit background. Well, I was quite a while that took me to getting round to Gavin and Stacey, but to be honest with you, I love it. It's very, very nicely written. Yeah, I loved Father Ted. You know, and again, completely potty sometimes, but brilliant performances from Ardal O'Hanlon. I've forgotten the name of Father Ted himself, who sadly died too young, didn't he? But it was incredibly funny. It's one of those situations where you actually can't tell that can't be us though, can it? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You see that red and you assume you've got the red signal coming up, but that couldn't have been us. Is she really? I didn't know that. Wow. Oh, I can remember Benny Hill. And the thing was, it kind of moved away because of, you know, being perceived to be politically incorrect. But yeah, he was a great character, and I think somebody made a remark a couple of years ago on the video I was watching. They said, well, he wasn't chasing the women, they were chasing him, so he was running away from them at the end. So you know, what's wrong with it? Yeah, I love Benny Hill. It was just so much fun and frolics. Mrs. Doyle, yeah, I love that episode. Well, there's so many episodes with Father Ted, but I remember the one where she keeps falling out of the window. Go on, go on, go on, go on. I like it, King, yeah. Yeah, it was a shame how he got kind of the way his popularity just went, or at least the way that it ended. It was quite sad, really, but yeah, the happy days. So the next run that we do, Birmingham New Street to Crewe, will be in the daytime. This is only a short run through the night, the early morning sky, really. Now, surely it's possible to complete this run without doing any speeding. Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I'd done this bit in the summer, and you could have seen it a little bit, would have been a little bit more interesting, but never mind. Yeah, so we are signalled into platform 2. Oh yeah, and imagine Pete, and yeah, Frank Cali, of course, he was Jack, wasn't he? And I think the writers basically said that was the joke. He was a classic actor. He'd done Shakespeare, and they kind of invented a character where basically all he ever said was girls, feck. And stuff like that. And apparently, to say feck is perfectly acceptable, I believe, in Ireland. Ah, cheers, Brian. You were first in. 518. Possible to get a really, really high score on this one. Lovely to see, even when it's dark though, it's lovely to see the station all decked out and lit up. We've got a Voyager coming through as well on an early morning service as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah. Yes, he was, he liked his drink, didn't he, did Jack? I love as well that even the opening titles, it's got this classic view of the helicopter riding through Ireland, and you get this classic view, and then suddenly it swoops down and they're like diving out of the way because they think it's going to crash into them. Oh, there we are. So 547. Tell you what, I'm going to put this on another page because I'm struggling with my chart. So 547. Brian was 518. Mace Tays was 563. Dominic was 532. But yeah, thanks for joining in, by the way, Dominic. I'm sure you've enjoyed it, and say it's good to have the competition, isn't it? Electric Blues is 534. What were we? 5 Romeo 21, weren't we? Now let's go back to the. Now, it's probably a kind of a needless precaution. I kind of think, well, that was only a short run, but Birmingham Crewe is quite demanding, so I think I prefer to just start it afresh, as it were. But let's just go back to sort out the scoreboard. So many buttons on this thing. Right, so 5 Romeo 21 Oxley I'll just put Wolves, I think. Right, I did find a button to reset the score somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. So I need to, where are we now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've got everybody there, haven't we? So Mace Tays was 563. Dominic was 532. Electric Blues was 534. I think you'd have expected really close scores with this one. Brian was 518. Just trying to make sure that you were roughly on time, and then secondly you kept within the speed limits. And then what was I? 547. There we go. So the Mace Tays was the winner, and a good 16 points clear. But everybody else really, really close. I was 547. Electric Blues 534. I think I've got these right, haven't I? Dominic 532. Brian 518. So, but yeah, thanks again. And then we'll prepare for our very last run of the evening. Yeah, I don't quite understand the Mace Tays. I did wonder about that because obviously I know you're working tomorrow, so it's a completely different kettle of fish if you're not working. So I quite understand that, and yeah, well, you enjoy it for about another 15 minutes or so. But thanks for actually doing that earlier on. That was very well thought out and planned. And that was a good plan. So we'll be back in a sec. Yeah, exactly. That was the thing, isn't it? It's probably not worked out as bad as I was expecting, but even so, we're obviously going to be way past 9 o'clock, aren't we? You know, it's not long off being from 9 we started it. But if I don't get the chance to say, I'm sure I will. But thanks for your support over the whole year, and massively enjoyed that trip down when we went on the 1938 Heritage Stock in the summer. That was great, but thanks for your support all during the year, and Happy New Year to you as well. And thanks for everybody as well for all your interest, and keep going on this. It's really good. Right, so what did we say it was now? So 9 Sierra 70. So 16,801 is the score to beat on this one. So we're going Birmingham New Street to Crewe, and I've kind of made a note to remind myself, because the last time I did a Pendolino run into Crewe, I was so engrossed with all the chat, I forgot about the approach control signals, and I ended up spadding. I didn't even make it into the platform, so hopefully we won't have that problem this time around. Yeah, definitely right, and I think that is something that's, you know, I'm sure other channels have perhaps tried it a little bit, but it has gathered. It's gone from strength to strength in that respect, and hopefully 2026 that will gather pace even more. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Right, we can do all this stuff. I think poor Seb's been waiting so long for us to get into this that it's probably ended up being too late. Yeah, you might be right there, Pete. It has been said. My team leader said something along those lines a few weeks back. She moaning about something and said, "Look, I know the only thing you care about is your train stuff now, and but." But no, I still love it, and as I said, I think obviously if there was nobody watching, and without the contributions of all you lot and in the chat and doing these runs, and then it keeps it going in that respect. But also the other great thing is there's new stuff coming out all the time. You've got new content from DTG, new packs, not just routes, and on top of that there's these brilliant mods coming out all the time to improve the scenery, these brilliant timetable mods. There's just something going on all the time, so hopefully over the course of the year we can vary it quite a lot. And again, I'm not quite brave enough to do this hoodless. But there is still something just exciting about coming out of Birmingham New Street. And you've only got to look around, look at that traffic there. I mean, that is incredible. And I'm hoping, if I get the chance, hoping for one or two more recorded runs. So I've got my mate's coming to visit me on Tuesday, so that's out of the equation, but I'll see if I can get something done tomorrow. I've got a long list of stuff I'd like to do, really, but it's just how much more we can get in before the new year. But I still think it's an amazing hobby, and I mean, I go back to the days of the Commodore 64 and having a train sim thing where it was just writing, there was no sounds, there was nothing, and I just wasn't sure whether there was this huge interest. It was like, I know there's a lot of interest about planes and flying planes, but is it just me? Is there really anybody else that's bothered about driving trains? And crikey, how wrong I could be. Oh, I know, mate. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. They're not knights in shining armours, but as we're a broker, we we win our fair few battles with them, to be honest. That's a good question, Andrew. And again, I'll have to give an ambiguous answer, because there's lots of liveries I really like. The LNER, yeah, quite classy. I love the Great Western Railway livery because it's kind of memories of the past, and the fact that they include the old Great Western Railway livery. I like Transpennine. It's kind of crazy as hell to look at, but it's somehow it does they pull it off. Even the cross country livery is not bad. Now, note to myself as well, we're stopping at Samwell and Dudley. I quite like the LNER on the HSTs. Yeah, that's another one. Southwest Trains, that's another good one. And again, time permitting, I'd like to do a little bit of a video paying tribute to the long life of the Class 455s. But again, it shouldn't be lovely. It should be slightly garish. But somehow they've managed to pull it off, and that's a livery that I do like. Even the this Pendolino livery, I mean, it seemed really strange to me. I mean, we went from Virgin West Coast to Avanti, and I thought, I can't get the hang of this being a different livery. It just looks wrong, but I've got used to it, and I quite like it. Yeah, I do remember stuff like that coming out, and again, I never really got into it, but I can quite understand the fascination of that, of controlling a busy station and organising the trains to come in and out. Oh, excellent, Andrew. Yeah, and yeah, enjoy it. I mean, I was just dead excited when, and you probably can't match the excitement when Microsoft Train Simulator first came out in 25 years ago now. And, you know, just delighted that Microsoft were building a train simulator. And then again, it was like a bit boring at first because there wasn't anything that good, and it took ages for stuff to be built. But again, there was loads of things that were built for that. But then, you know, we've now kind of got a simulator where, beyond my wildest dreams, I never could have dreamt that we would have a more or less photographic, realistic train like this and be able to be driving from Birmingham New Street to Crewe as we're doing here. Good evening, Josh. Yeah, hope you're well. We're on the final run. We're doing Birmingham to Crewe. We've had a little look back at all the UK routes of 2025 that have been released. So we've kind of gone from Mildmay Line at the start of the year right through to Birmingham Crewe. Oh heck, how about this coming through? Got the Flying Scotsman. Yeah, hope you had a nice Christmas, Josh. And looking forward to the new year. Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Maze Tays. And as I say, thank you very much for everything that you've done this year. Really appreciated, and I think you've helped grow this channel almost as much as me, really, because to be honest with you, I don't think I would have come up with the idea of running these concurrent runs like you introduced, so it's thanks for you for that. But yeah, have a great new year, and we'll see you again in 2026. Yeah, well, in Train Sim Classic, Andrew, you can actually do a full run from King's Cross to Edinburgh. You could do King's Cross to Leeds. You could now do Skipton to Leeds. You could do Harrogate to Harrogate to King's Cross. Yeah, I bet it's been really busy for you, Josh. Oh, sorry to hear that, Josh. Yeah, I imagine it's been a really busy time for you. But and thank you very much for you as well for the stuff that you've put into the game as well, because it's not just about the new routes that have come out in 2025, but your OTS 2019 timetable, your Birmingham Cross City Line timetable as well, has provided absolutely hours and hours of enjoyment. I would chew you were still here, Scooby, but yeah. Right, so we're Wolverhampton. Are we stopping at Stafford on this service? No, it's kind of in this period where the trains through the Pendolinos and Birmingham tended to stop at went straight from Wolverhampton to Crewe. 100%, and I mean, it's impossible to know just how many people have played it, but you know, you've brought hundreds of runs, and I think both me and Amaze have just been blown away by the detail and that accuracy. And I always think back to that stream that we did where I think we both got the same score, me and Amaze Tays, but that freight run, and you were able to add that info, the insight, and say, well, at Milton Keynes you've got a Pendolino that's in the platform, and it's, so you kind of knew then you were hanging on, and that's the sort of info you would know as a driver, I guess. No, quite understand. Well, you know, when you get round to it, but it's still in the condition it is. It's still very, very enjoyable. And you know, it's not just me as well. There were people that, when we had that early access version of it, there were many people that said, "Oh, really looking forward to that coming out," and you know, so I know that people have absolutely loved it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and again, just shows off, and you know, I think many people would say, "Oh, not interested in doing freight runs." What, with the 66? Oh no, that's boring. But you know, you kind of watch that and you realise that there is a lot more to driving a train than actually just driving fast passenger services. And you know, it's been a memorable year for the channel as well, because I can't remember what the count was, but we were shy of 500 at the start of the year, and I can't quite remember whether it was late February or early March that we reached the 500 mark. And so we did that. Then we did the full Euston to Glasgow with Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic, and it's great that we're getting more of that next year. And then of course the 1,000 mark came in at just after TSW6 release, so it takes ages. It's a slow and steady thing to progress, but it's all down to you watching and subscribing, and really appreciated that. Yeah, definitely right, and that's the thing, isn't it? The you know, I know that Scooby always kind of looks at what's available on the PC, and because it's not on the console, but it really does add to it. And I know Amaze Taves are a great exponent of having full Freightliner services with the, you know, the 30 odd containers, and you know, could have that 66 pack that Spratty Heath came up with as well, just added so many variations, and it's just incredible the amount of detail. Yeah, definitely, Josh. Yeah, and you know, I almost feel guilty saying about that, because you know, it's kind of like, well, Crewe Preston isn't even out yet, but yeah, that would be good, and I think that's ultimately what would be great to do a full London Euston to Carlisle service, all set in the same era. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it, and you know, it has its ups and downs, and you know, I'd be lying sometimes if I kind of said every single Sunday. You know, sometimes I get a bit tired, and sometimes even doing the runs, it can feel a bit of a chore. And I've recorded YouTube videos in the week because I've wanted to get a video out, and I'm kind of doing the narration on it as I'm running it, and I'm feeling quite tired, and I'm thinking I'm sure I'm talking a load of mumbo jumbo, but when I've played it back, I thought, oh, actually it doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, absolutely, and I think the skill that's involved in train driving is should never be underestimated. And I think, you know, I've talked to people at work, and of course they don't know anything about it. They'll say, oh, it's all automated, isn't it? Say, no, there's a lot to it, and you know, they can smell their way through drivers, and they know every signal, every location, every speed limit through absolutely out of the back of the hand, and it's tremendously skilled. And best will in the world, you know, I'm only ever going to be a serious amateur. And it certainly takes time, this YouTubing malarkey, really. It's I mean, people have somebody said to me again at work, oh, well, I'm sure you'll suddenly get this explosion where, you know, suddenly you get like tens of thousands subscribing, but I said, it's not really like that. It's just a steady progression, and you know, I know that I'm just really grateful that people enjoy watching it, and they enjoy joining in, and kind of that's my main motivation for keep going, and you know, why we carry on doing it every week. yeah, it's a task and a half, isn't it, with these behind these adverse signals. I mean, again, I've said this before, but you can get a double yellow, and you could have a succession. You could have 10 double yellows, and then suddenly you get a single yellow. But you've got to actually register it and realise, because the AWS doesn't sound any different. So you could very easily carry on at the speed appropriate for double yellow, miss the single yellow, and then of course you come towards the red signal and you're absolutely stuffed. I was watching a video yesterday about a SPAD at Stafford involving a Class 90 on a Freightliner, and again that was a little bit to do with concentration, being distracted. I mean, nobody could describe this location as beautiful, but they've absolutely nailed it in terms of the detail. Oh, absolutely. The thing that really astonishes me as well is that even going into the 1980s, you had routes that were with no AWS, and I think that's going to be the case with the Carlisle to Whitehaven route that Just Trains are developing next year. And you know, we've got it on Northern Transpennine, but again, a completely different experience. At least you got half a chance with AWS because you do get that reminder. But just imagine driving into blinding sun. You've got to be damn sure. To be slightly further on, shouldn't we? I was going to stop there then, but that'll do. Is not quite brave enough to get right up to the signal. Very quiet scene at Wolverhampton. Bit bizarre with those announcements. Sometimes you seem to get them prolifically, and then sometimes not at all. And how do you know where all these places are when it's absolutely pitch black? You know, it's just an intense knowledge. It's just the standard Avanti livery, Andrew. We've got a Voyager coming in. I'm hoping we might just get a bit clearer signals wise, perhaps if we were behind a train going off towards Shrewsbury or something, then that branches off in a second. Yeah, there's just unfortunately there's one or two bugs both with the station announcements and the train announcements. I mean, we don't have it on the Pendolino at all yet, but you kind of get the impression that it's broke a little bit. I mean, I think the concern is that I'm not sure that DTG are ever going to fix it properly. I mean, I've wanted announcements in the game for ages, but I just find Crewe a bit disappointing as well. I mean, Birmingham New Street they seem to have done pretty well with, but at Crewe it seems to be a bit hit and miss. Good question, Josh. I don't know. I'll have a look at this though. I think I've got... Right, speed set on. They look like tail lights to me. Eee. There we go. Well spotted. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, having the new 350 is better, and we also got all the variations of it as well. I mean, I'd like to hope that, and I've got no idea of whether it'll happen, but when the 805 comes out, I'm sort of hoping that I should imagine we'll definitely get in-cab announcements, but it'd be great if we could suddenly add station announcements on West Coast Main Line South. Now we really are going to go up in speed in a minute because we're going up to 125. Yeah, and imagine. I could really imagine, and the thing is, probably the windows were probably filthy as well, and the overall feeling for it. But it's great testimony to the skill. So I'm hoping now we might get more or less a clear run to Crewe, but never quite know what's going to be lurking at Stafford. The thing I always find amazing driving the Pendolino was I was driving on Train Sim Classic. I was driving the Class 91, and you can accurately set the speed on that. And you do it in advance, whereas with this you put your speed control on and it should hold the speed for you roughly, but on the 91 you can actually set it in advance, and it seems to be a lot more sophisticated, but it's an older train. No, there's no Durham in Train Sim World, Andrew. Hang on, let's get me speed set on. The only way you can get Durham is on Train Sim Classic, but you still need the base game, and again it's such an old route. The original route came with Newcastle to York, so if you buy Train Sim Classic, you have to make sure that, again, it's PC only, but you have to make sure Newcastle to York is on. That's set in British Rail Blue days, but then there's loads of stuff you can then download and you can make it into the modern day version. But I kind of say, you know, if you're kind of going into that, then there's a long way to go before you get that far, really. But as I say, it's a PC only game anyway. Durham, as yet, has never been included in Train Sim World. No, I know what you mean, Josh, and I mean, there's a nice set of scenarios that came with it, but I still spent an evening downloading it, and I've still got to work out whether I'm going to buy the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 66 pack and the Armstrong Powerhouse New 142 pack. I mean, I could substitute stuff in. But it's great. It's a nice area. I get this feeling that over the years, that was Penkridge, I get the feeling that it's one of those routes that has been started by loads of different people over the years, but finally it's out. Well, the thing is, Andrew, never say never, because who knows what will come out. I think we pretty much know what's coming out route-wise for a lot of 2026, but come July, August, then Train Sim World 7 will be announced, and we don't know what that'll entail. Yes, indeed, Pete, yeah. Brakes on for the 95. Ah, you never know, Scoob. Yeah, I know Maze Tays reckons that Train Sim World will be on Unreal Engine 5 within a couple of years, but we have to wait and see. Probably won't be next year, will it? Because they're only releasing this Metro Rivals thing, and you can't imagine. I mean, the development for TSW7 is probably already started. They'll have probably already decided what routes, so everything has to work several months in advance. Ah, right. Did you do Paddington to Reading? Yeah. I mean, that was the very first route that came out for Train Sim World. First UK mainline route, and and it's developed massively over the last few years. Well, I always remember the fact that Amaze Tays, I think he even said it before Christmas last year, but he'd read somewhere, he said, Rivet Games have been spotted taking photos at Dawlish. So he says, you've heard it first, pretty sure that means we're going to get the Riviera Line at some point. Of course, 7 or 8 months later, that's exactly what happened. yeah, I could well imagine it's you know, it's sort of it has to be done that way, doesn't it? And right, well, that was single yellow. We might have to wait for something coming through here at Stafford. And I know, obviously, you're big friends with Tom, and you know, been amazed with the Just Train stuff that has come out over the last couple of years, and just the pure devotion and skill. And again, I guess, you know, I mean, to me, it sounds like the dream job to spend your day route building, but I guess when it's day in, day out, there must be times when he must get up on a day and think, really don't feel like doing route building today, but, you know, it kind of has to be done when it's the day job. The great thing is, I mean, the game is developing massively, and you know, we know all this stuff that's coming out next year, and some very, very exciting stuff in the pipeline, but there's still loads and loads and loads of stuff that can be done. Ah, cheers, Andrew. Yeah, it might just have something to do with my surname. It was quite an easy one with Flower, to be honest with you. Yeah, and I've had, I mean, I've had quite a bit of fun sometimes with Train Sim Classic. I've never got into the Unreal editor for Train Sim World yet. I've got as far as installing it, but I've never delved into it. But I've had quite a bit of good fun laying scenery on Train Sim Classic sometimes, and sometimes it's just been enjoyable finding better buildings, because I've been through areas sometimes and you think, I know there's a better building than that, that's far too generic, and just making something a little bit more realistic is quite fun. I mean, you could basically, with the amount of assets that are available, you pretty much be able to do it photorealistically, building by building. But if you'd like doing something around London, then in itself that's you know, just such a huge job. I mean, funnily enough, the Elizabeth Line, something that people have clamoured after, but of course it's, you know, it's all automatic train operation, but you could still get away with it, because if you did the core bit from Shenfield and then sent it through to Heathrow Airport or to Reading, then it'd be quite good having an ATO bit in the middle. Yeah, definitely, and you know, sometimes it does bring a lot of satisfaction. I mean, I've been messing around, and there's a West Anglia route from Liverpool Street through to Stansted Airport, and there's one on the Steam Workshop that has been done, but the bit that I've got downloaded is Liverpool Street, and you can take it through to Cheshunt, I think it is. So I've been trying to add in bits of scenery on that, because it's all blank around the London bit. Yeah, there's some good stuff. I don't know if it's Transport Fever 2, but there's a great video of the tram line on out of Manchester to Bury, and that's pretty good looking. AWS, Andrew, is the automatic warning system. So basically, when we go through a signal, and if it's green, you'll hear a ping. So that's telling the driver that he's got a clear green signal. So if it's double yellow, then he'll get a warning sound, and he has to press Q to Q in terms of on the PC, but he has to press a button to cancel it, and that's warning him that in 2 signals time it's going to be red. So you get a single yellow and then you get a red, because of course, unlike driving a car, you're not in the situation where you can see the signals and stop in time. So if you're driving at 125 mile an hour, you need advance warning. But that's kind of the obligatory system that's used in the UK. And occasionally you also get pings as well for reduced speed limits. So again, just an advance warning that he's got to get his speed down in time. But when we come into Crewe, and hopefully and that one there, that's the vigilance, driver vigilance. So again, that's kind of just testing the fact that I'm still alive and awake, and if you don't acknowledge either the vigilance or the automatic warning system, then the emergency brakes will come on and the train will be brought to a stand. Yeah, well, that is the thing, Andrew. I think to begin with, particularly if you're fairly new to it, there are things that take a while getting used to, and I've got stuck with trains, and I've restarted scenarios sometimes, but gradually you learn what some of these things are about. So it's all part of the interest, because you could sit here and drive it and feel as though you are actually driving a real train. It's kind of that good. Yeah, TPWS is a bit more orchestrated. What is it? Train protection warning system. So that's to try and basically bring the train to a halt if you're not going. If you're going too fast over certain sections, then it'll again apply the brakes, and it's to try and make sure you don't go past that red signal. Because with AWS, if the driver acknowledges he's heard the warning but then carries on at full speed, then nothing else will happen. Yeah, definitely, King. Yeah, I have to say, I always think, I mean, your video's fantastic anyway, very, very polished and well made, and I find it fascinating that you're not from the UK, but you've got this real genuine love of UK trains and the routes, and again, you display a degree of knowledge. I mean, I know zilch really about American trains, but you clearly have a great love of UK trains, which is great to see. This is a location I know very well. This is my journey into work. I drive that way every day. I live only a couple of miles away from there. Oh, excellent, Andrew. And there's a couple of good YouTube videos actually of a LNER driver who's based at Newcastle, I think she's based, and she's tried playing the simulator as well. I think she's reckons it's pretty realistic. Yeah, I could genuinely tell that, you know, just watching the videos. And I know, you know, in the US it's different kettle of fish, and obviously it's much easier to fly about rather than long distance on trains. But it remains fascinating, and you know, I mean, I'm like Pete of an age where I remember the old, you know, diesel locos and the old multiple units, diesel and electric. But I still love the modern day stuff as well, and it's kind of that variety, and that's what's great about Train Sim World, because you get to appreciate stuff old and new. Well, there you go. Yeah, sometimes it just has to be done. I do enjoy yeah, I've had some lovely holidays with, I mean, I'm not married, I haven't got a girlfriend at the moment, but I do love travelling on the train, but and I've enjoyed holidays with friends and stuff like that, but I do quite enjoy getting away on myself, and there's just so much to enjoy. Just expense though, Josh, that's the thing. I don't think I've got time for a girlfriend, to be honest. I'm sure you don't mean that. I'm sure she's lovely. We are mainly blokes in the chat, and I know Rachel, who watches us quite a bit, she's provides some interesting stuff as well as a retired ex-train driver, but there's more men. That's kind of the nature of the hobby, I think. But it's not to say that there aren't women interested in trains. And I say there's a great channel, G Loves Trains, who, you know, she's massively enthusiastic about trains, and she does some brilliant YouTube videos. I know, some people just don't get it, do they? I mean, the thing is, you know, my work colleagues know I'm mad on trains, and, you know, I do get a few jokes from time to time, but it doesn't bother me in the least. Right, now the last time I came into Crewe from Birmingham New Street, I ended up being so relaxed and enjoying the chat that I made a complete pig's ear of the signal. So there we go, Andrew, that was a double yellow, so that's now alerting me to the fact that the next signal coming up will be yellow, and it could be a red after that. Ah, excellent. There you go then. Yes, so that's a great idea, actually. I love that. Now, Mace Tays, although he's not any longer in the chat, he's already done this run, so we know his score is 16,801. That's the target to beat. So single yellow, but we are still a mile and a quarter, so there's a chance. We've got to get the speed down. And the train's clever enough that if it thinks we're going too fast, that we aren't going to stop at the next signal. If it's red, then it will actually put the emergency brakes on. But again, if you've been on a real train approaching Crewe, then you will have experienced this many times, slow running. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, it's a fabulous little hobby. See, this is red, so I mean, I'm being a bit cautious, but again, this is, there we are. So we've got it's now changed to yellow, or is it double yellow? No, it's just single yellow. But those two numbers above it as well, number 11 means that we're signalled into platform 11, so we know we're signalled into the platforms here. Oh, I bet the lines in Italy are interesting as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah, they seem to be timed somehow, so that just to make sure that you just miss your connection. Yeah, I'd imagine that would be amazing. There used to be a series on the BBC in the early 80s, Great Railway Journeys of the World, and there's obviously been loads of other series done in more recent times, but that was a classic. I mean, this is just an amazing place to come into because, you know, it's a station I've stood on many times. It kind of is my local station. I'm kind of equidistant between Stoke and Crewe, really. Ah, excellent, King. Yeah, yeah. There's loads of interesting stuff. And again, Andrew, you can see the platform markers here, so hopefully we're stopped in the right place. Ah, excellent. Ooh, Electric Blues. You've beaten Amaze Taze. 16,829. Wow, that's a good score. Thought Amaze Taze was pretty good at 16,801. Yes, absolutely, Josh. Of course, one of the great debates in this part of the world is it Alsager or is it Allsager? I always say Allsager, but Anne Jeremy in the announcements always calls it Alsager, but I would say Allsager myself. But yeah, it's not too far away at all. So what's me then? 16,673. You know, I was pretty pleased with my performance driving that as well, so I wasn't too far off. But even then, although I was pretty consistent with the speed, and I've still got 130 points knocked off, so if I'd knocked that out of the equation, then it would have been a perfect run. Brian to come, and Dominic as well. So Dominic 16,836. What is it? 16. And Electric Blues. I've already got 8. So I think it's only. Oh, here we go. Brian 16,352. Some bloody good, some excellent runs there actually. Really good scores. So I'll put those up in the leaderboard to finish things off, and let us whittle our way back to that. Right, go. So we need to change the text on that. So right, what were we now? 9 Sierra 70, wasn't it? Right, so Mace Taze came in with 16,801. So I was 16,673. Electric Blues was 16,823. Dominic was so our new contributor to doing these runs tonight. Hope you've enjoyed them, Dom. It's certainly been good to have another contestant, as it were. And then Brian was 16,372. So there we go. That's the final score. So Dominic certainly wins the round, but some damn good scores there, and not much, as you can see, between Dominic and Mace Taze. Only 35 points. Electric Blue 16,823, Mace Taze 16,801. I was 16,673, and Brian 16,372. So all really, really respectable scores. So well played, everybody. Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's a really difficult route, Brian, to get your head around. It's relatively straightforward, but there are just a couple of bits between New Street and Wolverhampton that it's a bit like a roller coaster sometimes, and it's very, very difficult to not do any speeding at all. Well, possibly, Brian, but I have to say, if you added all the scores up consecutively, there's not much in it. There's really not much in it, and I think your scores have been excellent. Oh, excellent. Oh, I didn't realise you were well into athletics, Peter. But yeah, All-Sager. Yeah, really, really close. Really close. And so it's just really left to say thank you very much and say another super stream. Really enjoyed it. And Happy New Year to everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Christmas period. So when we come to next Sunday, will be the first stream in 2026. I've got no idea yet in terms of thinking about what we're going to do next week. But thanks for the support and over the whole year as well from everybody. Absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed the chat. Yeah, it's good to see you in again, Josh, and hope things settle down for you after Christmas work-wise. And yeah, thank you, Dominic. Yeah. It's really made a difference as well. Indeed, King, yeah, and Pete, and all of you. Thank you very much. And just one last shout out to say, if anybody watching this back, and if you haven't done so already, if you consider liking and subscribing, that'd be tremendously appreciated. And massive, massive thank you for everybody for your support over the whole year. Yeah, thanks, Josh, for those timetables. Been really good. So thank you very much. Happy New Year, everybody, and see you again in 2026. And for now, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes, it is good night.